approximately 2:15. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give the best collegiate athletes in the country a big send-off as they begin their single elimination match play round. Athletes, your lanes are on for competition. Good luck and good bowling.
Welcome back to Bowl TV, and match plays kicked underway here at the 2016 Intercollegiate Singles Championships live from North Rock Lanes in Wichita, Kansas. I'm Aaron Smith alongside Emil Williams Jr. And by the end of the day, we will know the semifinalists for both the men's and the women's field. But right now, this is opening round action here. These are not best of three, but three-game matches with total pinfall determining who advances to the next round. On the men's side, the top 8 overall seeds received a first round bye. The 24-player field. For the ladies, featuring 16 players. The top 4 overall received a bye. Or 2 byes, excuse me, while the 5th through 8 seeds received a 1-round bye. So our opening matches here on Bowl TV feature Indiana Tech's Samantha Pash taking on Newman's Haley Williams. We also have Michael Davidson of Calumet taking on Corey Schultz of Morehead State. So once again, these matches are 3 games. A total pinfall determines who advances. Be sure to visit bowl.com/ISC to find the qualifying results as well as the bracket. This match on the men's side is the 16-17 match, with the winner advancing to take on top seed Joshua Anderson of St. Ambrose. For the women's bracket, this is the 10 versus 15 match. The winner will go on to face the number 7 seed and defending ISC champion Emily Eckhoff of Hastings. Once again, a quick overall look at the standings on the men's side. For 8 games, Joshua Anderson leading the way, 17-24. Stephen Collins of Wichita State in second, 16-84. Brandon Runk of William Patterson, 16-35. Jacob Yazel making a big move in that final game for Morehead State, 16-27. Matthew Russo of Weber International in fifth, 16-24. Daniel Hansen of Robert Morris sits in sixth, 16-14. Dallas Leong, UNLV, seventh at 16-12. And Darren Tang of San Jose State, the last to earn a bye at 16-04. Nick Crummell and Miko Walker are tied for ninth at 16:02. Crummell earns the higher seed for having the higher game throughout qualifying. On the women's side, Verdi Crawley, 17-81 leading the way, receives a 2-round bye. So does Julia Bonda, Nebraska, Delaware State's Stephanie Sheridan, and Fairleigh Dickinson's Morgan Brown. The 5 through 8 spots went to Katie Mayer, St. Ambrose, Estefania Cobo of Wichita State, Emily Eckhoff of Hastings, and Stephanie Schwartz of Stephen F. Austin. So Mr. Williams, as we get into match play here, these players have had about an hour, hour and a half to kind of reassess what they saw on this mystery pattern, if you will, and got 10 minutes of practice. What are you seeing so far?
Well, I think everyone got the memo to get some surface out. I think just about everybody we've seen at some point, whether it be practice trying to, create a little spot, create some area for themselves, or if they chose to stay with said surface. I think the pattern is conducive to that, and I think they've obviously got 8 games earlier to get an idea of what they wanted to do. Surface seems to be a great choice thus far. It's just kind of looking down and around the lanes here. You see, start to see a little blend of some balls that they don't have surface, but certainly aren't shiny. So solid or maybe a little lane sheen, but I think that's certainly the right move. We saw earlier during qualifying on the fresh, Bo was trying to figure out where to play and what to do and what ball to throw, and I think surface for maybe not everybody, but for the most part, seems to be a problem solver, at least early on. Just in our immediate view, Nick Rummel was throwing something with some surface on it. Even, of course, in our women's pairs here to our left. Don't see very many people crossing too many boards, at least at this point. As Corey Schultz takes care of that 10 pin. Saw some folks start around 15 during qualifying in the first couple games, 15 to 5, 6, 7 in that area, but I saw some violent reactions in certain cases. And I think, you see more people with surfers playing more up the boards, a little straighter to the pocket, at least on the right side. Have not seen any lefties at this point in time, so I will be curious to see how they are playing the lanes.
See Kenny Ryan's a few pairs to our right. As Michael Davidson crosses over, leaves just the 6 after 3 in a row.
The good thing is you see immediate noticeable adjustments, we should say, as far as ball surface. Most of the players don't understood, like Nick Rummel, for example. You may get an idea of his shot off to the right of our men's featured pair. But kind of in the track area, but his ball going out to 5-6 with surface. Not too crazy as far as the reaction on the back end of that pattern. We're able to tame that down, especially on the fresh. Unable to tell, but I'm sure some will probably use urethane at some point potentially as well, that it could be using it already.
We saw some of that in qualifying on the left side. As Davidson crosses over once again, but he's leaving makeable spares here, so not necessarily the worst miss ever when you're leaving 6 pins and 5 pins. So once again, this is no re-oil throughout the rest of today's competition as Haley Williams hangs on for the spare. She holds the early advantage against Samantha Pash of Indiana Tech. So it looks like Davidson's going to build a bit of an early lead here with Corey Schultz looking at a 6-7-10. Corey takes the 2. Back-to-back opens for Indiana Tech's Pash. So Haley Williams can build a bit of a cushion here as well. You really can't win it or lose it here in game number 1. But you certainly don't want to put yourself too far behind your opponent. Haley Williams has no idea about the break she just got. She's ready to shoot her spare, and take them when you can get them.
Absolutely. Match play, a little different animal, of course. So one-on-one breaks. Just what they are, breaks. And it's simply up to you with what you do with them and how you react to them if you're the opponent.
Tough break for Corey on the washout conversion. Puts the head pin in front of the 10 pin twice. So back-to-back opens for him. Davidson can put some distance here.
Quick question in the chat regarding Brandon Ruffin. Will he appear on the live stream pair? Brandon's the 3rd seed, so he will, has a bye. His first match, however, will be on 39 and 40.
That's about as far away as you can get of our pairs being used here. So
not even within striking distance, so for a camera to get him into the shots. Should he win that round 2 matchup, he will move on to the 3rd round, and that will be on 33 and 34. So we will certainly give you updates. Of course, when we get to that point, be sure shoot us a reminder in the chat. We'll do what we can certainly to get you an update. So, of course, several matches going on currently. Of course, not in our viewing area. We can take a look down and see certain things. So, anyone of interest, we'll do our best to keep an eye on that for you. And we appreciate everyone tuning in. Feel free, folks, to share on social media. Let your folks know, let your parents know, let your friends know what you're watching. Like us on Twitter. Follow us on Twitter as well. Tweet, retweet. Like and tag us on Facebook. #ISC.
Corey gets a break on the 10 falling out, but back-to-back shots where he's missed the head pin. Dirk Davison just went strike 4 pin. Williams had been clean through 7 frames. Now looking at a 4.67. So Samantha Posh going to be down about 20.
Schultz here running into a little rough patch toward the end of the game.
Yeah, that's in those moments you just gotta. Great conversion there, taking care of the 210. But yeah, definitely got to remember it is 3 games. There's time to find it. You can weather a 3 or 4 bad frame stretch here in the early going. You just can't afford it down the home stretch.
Forgot about that. That's a big conversion. I'll say it's an open, and as he heads into the 10th frame, big shot here for Davidson, and that's how kind of things can change a little bit, just like that. Decent shot, 4-9 for Davidson. See if he can convert. Of course, he'd love to certainly get one from a count perspective. Went for it. And open in the 9th. Size lead, however, as we heading into the 10th. But game 2, of course, kind of that make or break game. Question regarding James Rutledge. James with 124 in the 6th frame, working with a spare in the 7th. He currently holds a 2-pin lead over Colin Smith from McKendree. Again, this is game number 1.
Talking about how quickly it can go away, and Michael Davidson now looking at back-to-back opens perhaps here. Creek Church in the 10th. They're catching a rough break with the 4-9. He'll take 3 to finish at 181. So he'll have the lead, but could be cut down to 2 if Corey Schultz can put together 3 in the 10th.
Tyler Albrock from West Texas A&M. He is on the last pair to our right. Did not get a good view from where we are, but once their first game is complete, we'll give you an update after 1. So Corey Schultz with a spare here. Potentially go 167. Find himself only trailing by 14, but he got to make the spare first, and he chops that. Takes the 9, 6 there, so 181 to 156. Michael Davidson. With the early advantage as they head to game 2. On the women's side here, Samantha Patch finished up with a 162. Williams already a spare in the 10th, looking for 183 on the strike. Nice solid shot there. Ball just rolled up right in the pocket. Trouble again for Michael Davidson. Washout, makeable, however. Might have made a move from his last shot of the Greek Church on this lane in the 10th. Mike, to just relax a little bit, regroup. Still plenty of frames left.
Plenty of frames and a 25-pin lead to start, but that's 3 opens in a row. So Corey Schultz giving some new life here. Can he gain some early momentum here in game 2? Tawny Vollmer is going to have the advantage over Crystal Land after one. Land in the books at 161. Vollmer in the 10th, left at 369.10. She can convert it and strike to get to 204. That one pair to our left. Samantha Pash down 21 to start off game 2.
Nice shot there from Schultz.
Great reset after after a rough first game, but got some new life down the stretch there, and immediately puts the pressure on Davidson as they are essentially all knotted up here.
That's what you want to do, you know, if you're Corey in that situation. Start a new game, see the opponent struggling a little bit. Last couple frames, start with a double. Essentially, put some extra thoughts in your opponent's head there.
Nick Krummel's going to hold the advantage over Armando Villa. Krummel in the books at 184. The most Villa can get to is 180 if he throws all 3 in the 10th.
Quick update in regards to James Rutledge from earlier in our chat room. James will finish game 1 with 198. Colin Smith yet to finish his 10th frame. Smith he'll bring 3 in the 10th. He'll shoot 200 even, 170 in the 9th. So should be a relatively close match, especially should Smith bring at least a mark here in the 10th. Here's a good shot from Davidson. Samantha Pache. The ball hit the pin. That's a spare on the board. Kenny Ryan. I won't know 1 second officially, but what I can see, looks like he finished with 187. He is facing AJ Chapman. AJ just went 149 in game 1, so Kenny Ryan with the early advantage as they begin game 2. And absolutely appreciate the great folks in the chat room. 3 games, total pinfall. This is round 1. Seems to have a good look here on this left lane.
Tawny Vollmer had a 41 pin lead over Crystal Land heading into game number 2. Vollmer starts off with a double, Land an early open, so Tawny on cruise control early on here. Just enough for Samantha on the single pin. Looking to cut into that 21 pin deficit. Nick Krummel with the 16 pin advantage over Armando Villa. Once again, we'll have 3 rounds of Intercollegiate Singles Championships match play today to determine the semifinalists. Who will make their way to the televised championship round on CBS Sports Network. It's going to air in May. But we will determine our champions this week, so Krummel still holding on to the advantage against St. John's Villa early in game 2. Davidson delivers the strike in the 6th. Haley Williams just filling frames right now. That's what the match is dictating. Samantha Pash has given her a few opens. Pash looking at another potential open here, leaving the 2-4-10. Williams held a 21-pin advantage heading into game 2. She's clean through 4.
Quick question in the chat. What were the scores for Colin Smith and James Rutledge in game 1? Rutledge 198, Colin Smith 190. It's a close one between Tyler Albrocht and Zach Doty. We had some folks curious about Tyler. We'll get to the official scores in a minute. It just left the screen, but it looked like a 3-pin match after 1. Albrock 197, Zach Doty 194 after game 1. Problem, Mr. Mooney. Appreciate you tuning in.
Looks like over on 17 and 18, we're having a real barn burner between Lawrence Tech's Jacqueline Evans and Newman's Miranda Haney.
Yeah, business has picked up.
Yeah, Evans was working on, looks like 7 in a row after a spare in the first. She's staring down a split in the 9th frame. Evans held the advantage in that match, 223 to 189 after 1.
Oh, how about that?
Trip 4, righty's best friend.
The pins like to bounce around a little bit here. So I don't think this week no split is essentially can be named unmakeable. Seen some pins come flying out of the pit there. So I've seen a lot of dead wood so far. It's a good aggressive shot there from Davidson.
Yeah, that's a huge 8th and 9th frame, and it's become a pretty tight match. 25 pins the difference heading in, but Schultz has definitely bounced back, but yeah, put some pressure on in the 9th and the 10th here. Schultz left a split on 26 and the 7th, so that might be lingering for a second. Comes back, gets a trip 4 of his own. It's up the 10th. So 10-pin overall advantage still in Davidson's court heading into the 10th. First shot, 10th frame, and that one's gonna have to hustle. Corey Schultz leaves the washout. We'll lose a few pins there as well. Can convert this to get to 203.
update on AJ Chapman and Kenny Ryan per the chat room. Good quality shot there from Chapman. He heads to the 6th frame. Trailing by 11 is AJ Chapman. Again, both he and Ryan set to begin their 6 frames here. And overall, there's a double for AJ Chapman, and he liked that one.
He's got the crowd support as well. Definitely a little bit of a home field advantage for some of these folks, and having those folks cheer for you has to get you riled up a little bit, focused for that next frame. Davidson's still going to be up 20 plus here with a decent count.
Going back to that last match, you get Kenny Ryan after one at 187 to 149. So with the advantage, but AJ Chapman again, good looking double there. May have found what he was looking for. Davidson on the other side, trying to finish it out. He does. It's a 190 game, 191 to 190. But again, total pinfall.
So I have Davidson up 371 to 347 for Corey Schultz. So 24 pins the difference there. Haley Williams gives away a few pins there, but still in very good position in her match against Samantha Pash, as Pash unable to convert. Williams up nearly 80 overall.
Give you a Michael Kissel update in just a second. You can see his final frame, well, their final frame, I should say. It looks like Ben Pilardi, his opponent, his field ball left in the 10th. I'll give you a 2-game update here shortly. Davidson looked like he might have moved a little left.
Definitely a strong statement to start here in game 3, up 24.
Himself a little more room along the lanes. Corey Schultz, of course, mindset one shot at a time, but probably going to need a big game. Give himself a chance. Good shot there. I'll leave the 10 pin.
Haley Williams can get to 201 here. Strike on the fill ball. She's going to be in very good position here. Heading into the finale. .384 to 296 advantage. Williams over Pash. Nick Crummell still in advantage over on 27 and 28. He's working on a strike in the 9th. He'll step up in the 10th with a chance to go 225. Amanda Villa with a spare conversion in the 9th can max out at 180. So Nick's going to be in pretty good position heading into game number 3. We'll see if Davidson can take advantage of the open in the 3rd, put even more pressure on. I think he liked that shot too. Thought it was going to push maybe a little bit more, and left staring at a 4-6. Take the one, don't lose the count here. Especially up in the match.
The Michael Kissel update. He is trailing Ben Pilardi 432-368. After 2 games, they are through 2 frames. Kissel started to open now at double in the 3rd frame, so he's going to need a big game here.
Back-to-back opens in the 3rd and 4th for Davidson. Great shot by Schultz in the 4th. Can he make it a double in the 5th and once again sneak back into this match?
Good shot there from Samantha Pash.
Nick Crummell up by 55. His match against Armando Villa.
Nice reflexes there from Armando Villa. He was into his motion, set to release, and the rack came down on lane 27. Able to hold up. And the two-handed righty. Couple in the field. And Velarde, Underwood. Two-handed from the right side as well. Matt Russo, two-handed left-hander. Weber International in the field. Very close second game or in between I should say, A.J. Chapman and Kenny Ryan. They both at 136 in the 9th frame. A.J. Chapman with a spare in the 10th. That was his field shot to come. Nice three-bagger there for Samantha Pack. Spare three-bagger for her. Haley Williams also with the three-bagger. And Williams is in control. It's going to take a lot for Patch to get the win in this one. But hey, crazier things certainly have happened. Back in our men's featured pair here, Davidson with an open. Michael Davidson, 3 opens here through the first 6 frames. And a 24-pin lead coming into game 3. So Corey Schultz still with life. Michael Kissel down there making noise. He's got a 4-bagger. An open 4-bagger now for Kissel. Got 10 out there, says Corey Schultz. Other updates around. Pin lead for Tony Vollmer with Crystal Land. So they head into game 3.
For Vollmer and Land, Tony Vollmer holds the 40-pin advantage going in. 376 to 336. Both of them have started off with doubles in game number 3. Who is going to take this match on 25 and 26?
Very good question. It's gotten interesting.
24-pin difference heading into the match. It's now down to 5 by my questionable math skills. But Davidson with a mark, or with a strike, could keep it at 5, or with a spare, I should say, could keep it at 5. With a strike, have a chance to expand it to 15. And kind of an all or nothing game for Davidson. That was all of it right there. So there was a great shot in the 7th. Can he do it again and get one frame closer to advancing? Williams was up 88. That was the longest 4-9 trip ever.
Wow.
So
For a second, you thought the 9 would maybe tip over and catch the 4, but then it wiggled.
thought
back the
about
opposite
standing
direction.
again, and then crazy. We saw him leave a pretty big 4-9 earlier in the match that was the exact opposite, where it seemed like all the pins just kind of flew up around it and nothing hit either one of them. That one, yeah, it could have been 4-9, a strike. Ends up being just a 4-pin. Take care of the spare in the 8th. Looks no different on the scoreboard, so I'm not sure if they're going to change it or not, but doesn't lose any count, whether it's 8 or 9. Samantha Pash can max out at 258. That 88 pin difference would mean she would not only need to strike out, but some help from Haley Williams down the stretch here.
Good break for Schultz. Could be just the break he needs. Put up a double here in the 9th frame.
That would be enough to swing him into the lead. Be his first lead of the match. It's possibly the very early going. Made up a little bit of ground in game 2 and then gave it back, and here we are. It's big time, 9th frame. Goodness, comes in light, leaves the 2-4-10, and doesn't lose any count here. Definitely a tough thing to be shooting at in the 9th frame of game 3. He takes the 2, puts his max to 184. Gives him a max score of 531 now with 3 strikes in the 10th. Davidson can get in good shape here with a strike. Gets the light mixer. I think Davidson will just need a mark here to shut out. 9 out would give him 155, and 526. That would not be enough to advance, or to shut out at least Schultz. Could still get to 531, so Can essentially end it here with a strike. Or a spare, count, take care of business. First shot in the 10th, Michael Davidson. And
Wow.
that was scary for a moment there, but that's going to be a winner. Give him the heater, Ricky.
Yeah, take him when you can get him, man.
Pipes it up there, holds on, trips the. Could have been disaster, but now it's a W, and next match starts at 0. So Michael Davidson will advance to take on top seed Josh Anderson from St. Ambrose. That match will be over on 27 and 28. We are going to see the winner of the Nick Krummel Armando Villa match take on Darren Tang on 25 and 26 next. So 547, enough for Davidson to move on to the next round. Haley Williams is going to record the W as well over Indiana Tech's Samantha Pesh. Nick Krummel held a 55 pin advantage, but this one not over on 27 and 28. Villa, after sparing the first 4 in a row. Krummel was clean through 5 without a double, now staring down a 3-4, 6-10 in the 6th frame. So Krummel takes the 2. You can see that to the right. So he's got 103 in the 6th frame. So 547 to 507 victory. Michael Davidson of Calumet over Corey Schultz of Moorhead State. For Corey, fortunately his ISC run is over, but he's going to be still here in town for the ITCs as Moorhead State advanced to the top 16 on the men's side. Davidson now gets to see if his teammate Nick Eckert also advanced to the next round.
Women's pair will feature the number 5 seed, Katie Maher from St. Ambrose. I believe she will take on Jacqueline Evans. I'll have to double check. That match was relatively close and not updated. See here, it looks to be Evans.
So we're all settled on our featured pairs. Crystal Lane and Tawny Vollmer, 40 pin difference heading into the finale. The advantage going to Vollmer. Both of them bowling a pretty solid game here. So for Tawny Vollmer, a double, 9 open, and then a 4-bagger. Crystal Land started with a double, 9 spare strike, 9 spare, 9 spare strike in the 7th, so she's going to need a strong finish and maybe some help along the way. Armando Villa, spare 4 in a row, 8 spare in the 6th, looking at another 8 spare in the 7th. It's cut the lead from 55 down to 12. but misses the spare in the 7th. So we'll see if Crummell can move back into the, or build a bigger lead here in the 7th and 8th. .582 for Haley Williams, easily advances. Against Indiana Tech's Samantha Pash. So Nick Crummell leaves the 310 in frame number 7. Definitely not a gimme here. And Crummell unable to convert once again. So back-to-back opens for him on 112 in the 7th frame. Villa has 155, so still a 12-pin match. Crummell with the advantage. So we're all done on our featured pairs here. Crummell delivers a strike in the 8th. I think we'll turn the cameras over that way.
A little bonus coverage here. There's still some matches ongoing. Final women's match concluding here. Tawny Vollmer and Crystal Land. Men's side, again, Crummell via Rutledge and Smith. Ryan and Chapman still going at it as well. Quick Michael Kissel update. He fell to Ben Polardi, 586 to 568. Saw some strikes on the board for Kissel, but had a few opens as well. Good season for Mr. Kissel. Chapman now with another. He has 5 in a row with Kenny Ryan. Started 3-bagger, spare 3-bagger. Things looking good for him. Miko Walker held a 100-pin lead over Kenneth Smith after 2 games.
In our new feature match, it looks like Armando might have pulled something, might have twisted something. Looks like he was getting pretty gingerly back from the line there. This is this could be a humongous double for him. 9th frame coming up. Down 12, can cut it to 2. Against Nick Crummell. It's definitely favoring that right leg. He leaves the washout in the 9th.
Asking about A.J. Chapman, just opened in the 9th frame. He's 187 in the 9th. Kenny Ryan clean through 8. 267 max. And looks like a 9 count in the 9th frame.
Tawny Vollmer is going to advance against Crystal Land. Around 21 and 22. It's a matter of final score now. Big double for Nick Crummell. That might be enough to swing this match in his favor and move on to the next round.
Crummell with the first one in the 10th frame. So crisis averted. For Kenny Ryan. Made the spare in the 9th, at the first one in the 10th. It's his second shot. Leave a split, but that should do it for them. And Crummell with another in the 10th. Got past a tough 2 frames, 6 and 7. Colin Smith and James Rutledge still doing battle as well. Let's see what quick update on that match. Colin Smith, a 26 pin lead into this 3rd game. And Rutledge will put up a spare in the 8th. Right now leading this game by 4. He will need some help from Colin Smith if he's to take this one. Armando Villa. Well, he gave it a good run. Put some pressure on Nick Crummell. Don't want to speculate, but seem to be favoring his right leg there. So hopefully he's okay first and foremost. And I wonder certainly if that prevented him from making the shots he needed down the stretch. Smith with a clutch carry there in that 10 pin. The women are all squared away. Nicole Troja defeated Mallory Caraway from Martin Methodist. Troja from St. Francis, Illinois. She will move on to face Stephanie Schwartz, the 8th seed. Received a first round bye. Jacqueline Evans took care of Miranda Hedgney from Newman. Miss Evans from Lawrence Tech. So Evans and Katie Maher, 5th seed. Your featured pair match. Haley Williams. Move on to face the defending champion, Emily Eckhoff. Will take place on 17 and 18. Tawny Vollmer defeated Crystal Land. She will take on the 6th-seeded Stefania Cobo from Puerto Rico and Wichita State. That match will take place on 15 and 16. Let's see what they will await the gentlemen to complete. Colin Smith with the open in the 9th frame. Rutledge, an opportunity. Got to have this one here in the 9th. Well, high. This one, Brooklyn leaves the 6th pin. They needed to have them all there to really have a chance. Unofficial, don't have all of the official tallies yet. Kenny Ryan. Move on, Miko Walker. And a 100-pin lead. Again, still awaiting the final tallies.
The strike on the fill, James Rutledge will get to 170 at 375 after 2. That put him at 545. Colin Smith with McKendree already ahead of that, so it's going to be Smith advancing on to the next round. Final look at James Rutledge. Making it to the ISC, certainly nothing to hang your hat on, so a nice finish to the season for him. This is victory lap time for Colin Smith as this is the last match of round 1. Well, some practice as everyone gets to their respective pairs after this. We'll get the final 2 shots and it'll be time to go. So remember, folks, bowl.com/ISC. It's your one-stop shop for information. We'll have a recap on bowl.com later this evening with our semifinalists. Second shot of the 10th. Gets the hit. Finish with 185. That will put him at 586. Just a reminder for those of you wanting to follow USBC on social media, the Sport of Bowling is on Facebook, facebook.com/USBC. On Twitter, @USBC. As we mentioned, bowl.com, your one-stop shop for everything USBC related. This is our final shot of round 1 of match play here at the 2016 Intercollegiate Singles Championships, brought to you by Colin Smith, delivering a 9 count to get to 184. for the 585 to 545 victory, it looks like. It's unofficial from my point of view, but that will conclude round one. So thanks for everyone for joining us. Round two coming up next here on Bowl TV. We'll move the cameras back and prepare for our next set of matches. No re-oil, but we do get practice before the next round, so there'll be a brief delay while we get all that done. But don't go too far. Round 2 of 3 coming up next here on Bowl TV. I'm Aaron Smith alongside Emil Williams Jr. Thanks again, everyone, for joining us here today. And we'll be right back here on Bowl TV.
our number 8 seed, Stephanie Schwartz, on lane 21. And her opponent on lane 22, Nicole Strohhoff. On lane 17 and 18, our number 7 seed, Emily Eckhoff. And her opponent, Haley Williams. On lanes 15 and 16, our number 6 seed, Stephanie Akobo. And her opponent, Tawny Bulmer.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Wichita, Kansas and North Rock Lanes. The 2016 Intercollegiate Singles Championships continues. Round 2 of match play. And our featured pairs on the women's side, Katie Maher taking on Jacqueline Evans. Maher from St. Ambrose. And Jacqueline Evans from Lawrence Tech. On the men's featured pair, Darren Tang from San Jose State and Nick Crummell from Wisconsin Whitewater. Both male participants begin things with a strike. This will be a very good matchup. Crummell and Tang, two of the top bowlers in the country. Evans will open with an open frame, missed the 9-pin. Jacqueline Evans, the 13th seed after qualifying this morning, defeated Miranda Hegeny from Newman to move on. Maher, the 5th seed, had a first round bye. Nick Crummell on the bench side was the 9th seed. Just missed a first round bye by a couple of sticks, but nonetheless defeated Amando Villa this morning to move on. Darren Tang, the 8th seed, did obtain the first round bye, of course. So first time Darren, is seeing the lanes in the match play portion. 24 competitors on the men's side. The top 8 received a first round bye. A couple matches off to the right of each pair. On 27 and 28, Joshua Anderson, the top seed, here this afternoon taking on Michael Davidson. You saw him in a featured pair in our first match in round 1 of match play. To their right, Kenny Ryan and Matt Russo. In our immediate view, at least my personal view, of course. The women's side, to the left of Nicole Troja. And Stephanie Schwartz. Schwartz, NCAA Bowler of the Year. Fresh off a NCAA Women's Championship title as well, just this past weekend. Schwartz and the Lady Jacks will compete in the team competition as well, beginning on Thursday. Standings and brackets. Please go to bowl.com/ISC. Click on the 2016 results tab. And we'll have qualifying and updated men's and women's brackets for you there to check out online. Again, that is bowl.com/ISC. Here is Darren Tang. Leave the 7-pin. Tang playing inside. Of course, 3 games now have been bowled on these pairs, so swift adjustments to be made. The competitors bowling for the first time. See where Joshua Anderson will play. Between he and Amando Villa from St. John's, from what I could tell, they were playing the furthest right. the competitors. Now we're in our immediate viewing area. Of course, Darren's brother Michael won the men's ISC title last year. Darren trying to keep the title in the family. On the women's side, Emily Eckhoff, the defending champion, is in the field. She is taking on Haley Williams, currently on lane 17 and 18. Emily was the 7th seed, did receive a first-round bye. In the women's division, the top 8 received a bye. The top 4 received 2 byes, essentially. So if you're in that 5 through 8, you have to take the first round off. If you were 1 through 4, you got 2 rounds off. So interesting to see what will take place, of course, in round number 3 on the women's side. See how that may affect, if any, on either of the players. Again, 3 games, total pinfall if you're just joining us. Winners advance. Not a double elimination, so losers will be eliminated. Appreciate everyone joining us and tuning in. Feel free to share Facebook, Twitter. If you're on the gram as well, Instagram, use the hashtag ISC. Go bowling, of course, the future for the sport as well. Good shot from Tang. Trailing by 1 here in the early going. Women's featured pair. Jacqueline Evans had the open frame, missed a single pin, but bounced back with a double. Frames 2 and 3. Katie Maher takes care of the 3-6-10. Out of bounds there from Tang. They'll leave the 1-2-4. Of course, ITC competition begins on Thursday. 16 men's and 16 women's teams will do battle. Wichita State, defending men's ITC champions. Of course, they will have the hometown support. North Carolina A&T back in the field as well, fresh off an appearance in NCAA Women's Championships as well. I believe they made it to the Final 4. And they are back to defend their crown. For some more competition in what one of the best weeks of the year. ISC ITC week. Mentioned this a little bit in round 1. Of course, there are other matches going on certainly out of our camera viewing areas and even to the end of the center as well. So if you have a question or would like an update on a particular bowler, we will do our best to let you know where they stand, where a particular match stands as well. Crummell from Wisconsin Whitewater. Warhawk teammates standing just to my right. The coaching staff as well. Same for Mr. Tang and his San Jose State teammates, staff as well, as that one goes left. Missed on that one there. Take his time. Good match brewing on 21 and 22. Stephanie Schwartz, 52 in the 7th on a double, heading into the 10th frame. Nicole Troja on a 4-bagger. Shoot 250 with the ball. Nice shot from Darren Tang.
You mentioned matches. How about Darren Tang and Nick Crummell early on here? Looks like it's going to be a barn burner.
Absolutely. We'll tell you how each competitor got to this point. Qualifying for ISCs. Darren Tang finished 3rd at the Las Vegas sectional. A couple wins on the season. Season average of 221.4. Another great year for Darren Tang. Nick Crummell, 1st at the Addison, Illinois sectional. 1364 for 6. Average 217 on the season. Women's featured pair, Katie Maher, finished 4th at said Addison, Illinois sectional, and she'll get the 4 to fall. Nice trip there, 12-15. Won the first tournament of the year on the individual side. The first Tier 1, I should say. Which was the Midwest Collegiate Championships.
Gonna get another look at Brent Bowers doing work as well. Michael Davidson throwing sticks all over the place, and
that was a nice jump there by Brent.
that was. I'll give him a 8 on the landing. Ah, look at that guy. He's pretty
9.
nimble up there. That
Yes,
was.
he is.
Brent, of course, a staple on those Wichita State teams back in the 2008 to 2010 range. That they won a few times. Back-to-back ITC titles. So always good to see Brent at events throughout the year.
Indeed, and instrumental, certainly helping us get things squared away. Couple pins hit that one. You see it off on the right of your screen. Joshua Anderson. Jacqueline Evans from Lawrence Tech won the Smyrna, Tennessee section. 12.75 6-game block. The women's side, it's round 2 pretty tough, Aaron, and then of course the top 4 seeds: Verity Crawley, Julia Bonds, Stephanie Sheridan, and Morgan Brown from 1 through 4. Boy, that's a tough slate. Right
Absolutely. And they've had all this extra time to rest up too and get prepared. But yeah, they're already just have to win one match to make it to TV essentially. So that's a definite added bonus. But as you mentioned earlier, we don't re-oil at all, so for some folks, maybe that momentum, or maybe they get into the right rhythm and just want to keep bowling. Others, maybe they're better off taking a little break and resting up, getting some food, getting re-energized. So it's really a player-to-player matchup. We have a question in the chat about the Davidson-Anderson match going on, one pair to our right. And Joshua Anderson missed a single pin in the 8th. He's at 153. Michael Davidson's working on a strike in the 8th, so essentially a mark will give him the advantage heading into the 10th frame here. He's going to be up on lane 27, entering your screen right there. Delivers the double to set up the 10th. Quick shout out, getting messaged by a few folks from back home. So Mitch Kadick, Matt Rule, Josh Toth all tuning in to Bowl TV, cheering on some of the Calumet guys. So there's your shout out, gentlemen. There's 10 back from Darren Tang. Looking to keep the trophy in San Jose State's name here. Once again, can't see it on the screen right now, but his brother Michael Tang's masking unit hanging up above lanes 25 and 26 in recognition of Michael winning the ISC last year, this very house.
I'd like to keep that trophy in the family. Shot there. Nice 4-bagger to set up the 10th frame. Again, quality shots from quality bowlers. No opens for either. Got a good match here in our women's featured pair as well. Right now it's a 1-pin lead for Jacqueline Evans, and that is now increased by a couple. Nick Eckert is the furthest away to our right. So what I will try to do for you, at the very least after every game, if I can get an update for you until we get into the 3rd, I will do so. Nice shot from Stefania Cobo, all the way down on 15 and 16, but you can hear the cheers from here. Right there for Katie.
Nothing like a trip two to kick things off in the 10th frame. She can still get to 200 on the nose. Jacqueline Evans still has 214 out there. .214 also the number Nick Crummell still has available. That could put him down 30 plus. The way Darren Tang's rolling it here in the early going.
After one, Dallas Leong leading Miko Walker. 255, 236. High scoring match there.
Looks like Brandon Runk had a slight advantage over Nick Eckert. About 5 pins, I think 202 to 197.
Greek Church for Nick Crummell. He'll try to get as many as he can here. 6-pin match between Stephanie Schwartz and Nicole Troja. Troja with the advantage after one game. 226 to 220 there. He'll take 4. Opening 203 for Crummell. Same with Daniel Hansen and Zach Doty's match. They are far to our right. So we'll make sure we do what we can to get you the update.
So a little relief here in the 10th for Nick Crummell as Darren's string of strikes ends at 4. So get to 227 to have a 24-pin advantage. Michael Davidson is going to have the advantage over top seed Joshua Anderson. Anderson in the books at 199. Davidson struck in the 8th and the 9th. Delivered one more to start off the 10th, a 9-count second shot he can spare for 214. So 15-pin advantage for Michael Davidson, who we saw sneak a match away from Corey Schultz, Moorhead State in the opening round here on Bowl TV. More than likely have his hands full at the top seed though, but early advantage.
Brandon Runk defeated Nick Eckert there in game 1, 202 to 197. So 5-pin deficit for Eckert after one game. Second, we'll have a Haley Williams and Emily Eckhoff update for you as well. Shot from Kenny Ryan off to our right there. He's trailing by 20 pins in the early going here as they open up game 2. Facing off against Matthew Russo. Close matches on the women's side. Lee Eckhoff, 195. Haley Williams, 157. She will take a 38-pin lead into game 2.
Neither player has let up in the Schwartz-Troa match over on 21 and 22. They've essentially put up the same game so far halfway. Nicole had a 6-pin advantage heading into game number 2.
Stephen Callan. Trails after one game. Shot 212. Ben Pilardi, his opponent, 234. Stephen killing by 22. Michael Davison again up, leading after one by 15, 214, 199. That match is going on 27-28 just to our right. You can see a little bit of that on your viewing screen.
Early double from Darren Tang, looking to increase the lead on Nick Krummel after an open in the first for the Wisconsin Whitewater senior.
Interested in Matthew Russo and his match versus Kenny Ryan. Leads by 20 pins after one. He has started a couple of opens here through 2.
The lefty-lefty match. Russo has 2 opens to start this game. That's over on 29 and 30. Double early on for Kenny Ryan. Ball change for Krummel here. Comes in light, leaves the 2. He's going to need to find something here because I don't think Darren Tang is going to lose his look here. It's just a matter of him striking. Whether or not he's leaving 9 spares. Nice start for Jacqueline Evans, representing Lawrence Tech. Found herself down 8, but a 3-bagger here in the early going of game 2. Putting the pressure on Katie Mayer.
Very good shot there from Tang. He knew that was 10 off his hand. Maher answers back with a double. A close game. Game number 2 just off to our left. Stephanie Schwartz and Nicole Troja. Schwartz came into the 10th trailing by 2 pins. Two-pin for Darren Tang here on lane 25. Three-bagger for Stephanie Schwartz. Three-bagger for Katie Mayer. Strong finish there for Schwartz. 225. Follows up her 220 effort. Nicole Troja now up in the 10th. All she can. Again, leading after 6, or by 6 after 1 game. She'd love to have them all to 227, grow that lead a little bit. First one, we'll get the 10 to fall.
That is some impressive bowling going on over there. They are just shot for shot, just one after the other. Similar to 23 and 24. Both ladies striking a bunch here. Well, compared to what we saw on the fresh, there's a chance Stephanie Schwartz could be down, or shoot 445 and be down 8. So 453 to 445 advantage. Nicole Troa of St. Francis, Illinois over Stephanie Schwartz of Stephen F. Austin over on 21 and 22.
Double dribble, but didn't hurt Michael. Davidson with a double. Double, spare, double for Michael Davidson. His opponent Joshua Anderson here in game 2 as Katie puts another one on the board. Joshua front 3, just a 4-pin I believe, 9 spare. And Davidson came into the to game 2, leading by 15 pins. Looks like it's going to be an exciting finish.
Evans delivers the first non-strike since the second frame as she runs a little bit high there in the 7th. Leaves the 4-7.
Darren Tang very businesslike as he comes off the approach.
He's thrown just some phenomenal shots this match so far. Just phenomenal. Can Nick Crummell keep him honest here? Gets to the pocket, but not enough juice to kick out the 10.
Indeed, and hopefully Nick not losing his reaction. He started out first game looking very good. He's thrown some good shots here in this game as well. So you hate to see anything that looks like a pocket 7-10. Certainly not the best of signs.
Both competitors go high in lane 24. Evans avoids the split though. Mayer leaves the 6-pin along with the 4-7. Speaking of splits, Michael Davidson way over there on 28 leaves the big 4 working on a double. That's in the 7th against Josh Anderson.
That lane looks pretty good for Nick. He didn't like that one. He missed a little bit, I'm sure, but
It's always a good thing when you think you miss it and you go dead flush.
10 back.
So yeah, since the ball change on that left lane in the 3rd came in a little bit light, left at 2-pin. He's thrown back to back. Can he get 26 to cooperate? Or is Darren Tang moving on to the next round? Both players respond nicely on 23 after shots that run high on 24 in our ladies feature pair.
Match play, 3 games, total pinfall to decide winners. Single elimination. You lose and you're out. Good job. And that was a shot from Evans that he's not ready to go home at any point. Very good shot there.
Absolutely. This is Lawrence Tech did not make the ITC field, so she is Lawrence Tech this week. Has the whole school rooting her on from Michigan, and going to keep it going here in the 10th. Kick things off.
Back.
She's thinking 260s here.
Well, she came into the game trailing by 8. It's that lone open frame in the game. You just saw the split from Katie Meyer there in the 8th. course, the way it's going on that pair, relatively high scoring, of course. So you'd love to get all you can get there. Katie could still shoot 240. But Evans would like to have the lead. And the 10-pin won't go there for Darren Taint.
Over on 21 and 22, Stephanie Schwartz started with an open, has delivered 3 strikes in a row. She's actually up in the 5th right now. She was down 8 heading into this match for Nicole Droa as Schwartz makes it 4 in a row. Spare, spare, strike, spare. So, once again, both players putting together nice performances over there on 21 and 22, both averaging more than 220 so far. It's rough to see anyone go when you're bowling that well, but fortunately we will have to send someone home after this game.
Droha Schwartz match, again, that they're halfway done.
They're not wasting any time over there. Just in case we get to it, you never know. As informed by Mr. Gary Brown that in case of a tie, 9th and 10th frame roll-off is happening. So you never know what's going to come down to, but that would be the tiebreaker if needed.
Rummel up looking for 3 on the 9th frame. He's been money on this lane, and he continues to be money. Ching, ching.
So 25 pin advantage for Evans. 448 to 423. Stephanie Schwartz has delivered 6 in a row after the open in the first frame. Nicole Troa is still looking for that first double. She's clean through 7, but that 8-pin advantage long gone. Michael Davidson is going to maintain a lead against Josh Anderson heading into game 3. Davidson can still get to 198. Strike on the fill. Best Anderson can get to is 199, so be a 14-pin advantage if those were the final numbers.
Trying to peek down on the Haley Williams, Emily Eckhoff match. I believe Emily Eckhoff shot 226 game 2, 209 for Haley Williams.
Uh-oh. That one did not have a chance for Darren, and got into the pocket the past few times, but just no carry, and then That one just right off his hand. Gives away some count, too. Crummel's working on 3 in a row.
So Emily Eckhoff leading by 55 after 2 games. Stephanie Schwartz came into the 3rd game trailing by 8. And has put up an 8-bagger. That's how you go from being down to winning.
Yes, that's
in a hurry.
That is the easiest way to erase an 8-pin deficit, is 8 strikes in a row.
It's impressive bowling there. The NCAA Bowler of the Year. And NCAA Women's Team Champion as well. Trying to get another update on Tony Ballmer and Stefania Kobo as well momentarily. And Ballmer's just finishing up her 10th frame. Tang solid 211.
That'll put him at 438, so Nick Crummell can actually get to 237 this game with 3 more strikes. That would put him into the lead by 2 pins if he's able to throw all 3 in the 10th. So Darren Tang was rolling. Looked like Nick Crummell needed to do something different. Made a ball change, and since that first switch in the 3rd frame, it's been 5 out of 6.
Appreciate everybody in the chat room and watching from around the world. Ooh.
That's dirty right there.
Much needed there for Crummell.
Yeah. And he was so casual with that, too. It's like it happens all the time or something. That's like twice a year for me. I'd ask for an announcement on the PA after something like that, but I'm not a 2-time All-American either. First team.
Troha finishing it out a solid 196.
Yeah, she bowled well in that match. I mean, 649 is going to be pretty good most of the time, and ran into a buzzsaw here. Stephanie Schwartz got lined up the last game, and she might go 270 here.
Game 3 starting for women's feature pair. Jackie Evans starts with a double. She enters with a 25-pin lead. 10 back again for Stephanie. So we'll have a good match in round 3 for the women. The number 1 seed, Verity Crawley, will take on the 8th seed, Stephanie Schwartz, for a semifinal berth in the ISC women's field. Nice 278 game. Hashtag Axum.
That'll give Stephanie the 723 to 649 win over St. Francis's Nicole Troa. Kelly Metz Michael Davidson leading 412 to 384 over top seed at Josh Anderson of St. Ambrose. Davidson, however, opened the first frame with a split, so we'll see if Anderson can kick things off. He'll be up on 28 in a second. 12-pin match here for our men's featured pair. Advantage Darren Tang, 438 to 426 over Nick Crummell. Trouble for Katie Mayer in third. It's down 25 coming into the match, and Jacqueline Evans doesn't look like she's going to miss anytime soon. Evans actually had the high opening round score out of both the men's and women's field. Shooting .660 in her victory for Miranda Haney of Newman. Nice bounce back there by Katie. Almost a 7-pin there for a second, but that would just be mean.
Ben Pilardi leading by 68 pins over Stephen Callan. An update in the chat room. Shot from Crummel. Zach Doty, 21-pin lead over Daniel Hansen. Good high-scoring women's match as well, but a 49-pin advantage for Tawny Vollmer, leading Stefania Cobo. Looks like they are just underway in that match. Excuse me, game 3, I should say, in that match. Shot to our right from Michael Davidson. Big shot there. Third frame strike. Miko Walker trailing in his match.
Did I read that right?
Put up 495 for 2 and is trailing to a nice 522 by Dallas Leon. Needless to say, that's a high-scoring match.
Thank you for that insight.
Sometimes it just takes that much.
Nice break for Darren Tang in the third, tripping the 3 forward, but he's got to be concerned right now to what happened to my ball reaction. Nick Crummel getting pretty comfortable all of a sudden there. Switching roles here. Crummel's trying to make up the difference. 12 pins coming into this match.
See a couple shots down there from Miko Walker, but another string of strikes from Leon. I don't think Miko will have enough here.
Good job, Jackie. Nice cover.
That's just a tough break too. I mean, sometimes you win a match with 530 or 540, and other times you run into someone who just puts up a number and there's nothing you can do about it.
There it is.
Dallas Leong might have enough to get to 800 here, folks. I can't quite see it. Emil actually walked down there, but I think if he shoots, gets the last 2, that would be 279. It's that would be enough for 801. Looks like he got it, so we'll get an official report in a moment here. That'd be a monster score out here. Katie Mayer not going away just yet, was down 25, had the early open in the third. She's delivered 4 in a row. She might be in can't miss territory. As Darren unable to get the messenger to kick the 10 out. So if that was 279, Dallas Leong with 801 over there. His victory over Miko Walker. We'll verify in a moment when Emil gets back. Mayer leaves the 10 pin. She's going to need some help now. Jackie Evans. Katie Mayer takes care of the spare, but her max score 230. Jackie Evans on a 217 pace at the moment. That will not be enough to make up the difference. Ball change for Darren Tang. Gets the mixer. Looking to hang on here against Nick Crummel. And it does look like Dallas Leon got to 801 in his victory over Miko Walker. So impressive performance by Dallas. We've seen him strike a lot over the years at Junior Gold and as a past member of Junior Team USA. So Crummel unable to match with the light mixer of his own. That's a big cover there by Jackie Evans. As we said, it's on a 2-team pace and was up 25. The max Katie Mayer can get to is 230. The tricky 310, no problem. No problem on the 7-pin for Nick Crummel, but he's going to need to find a few strikes here to put some pressure on Darren Tang. Over on 27 and 28, Michael Davidson stepping up on these lane 27 in a moment in the 7th frame, working on a double. Had the lead against Josh Anderson. Anderson 86 in the 5th with a spare. In the 6th, he'll reset though before going up. Some excitement from the Wichita, or the Weber faithful, as Matt Russo converted a split. Nice break for Crummel, crossing over. He's going to take it, but he's going to need some big shots here down the stretch. Katie Mayer, this is must-strike territory. She's going to need the last 4 to put some pressure on. Force Jacqueline Evans to mark. Big double there. Darren Tang, San Jose State. No doubt about that one. Looks pretty good. Not ready to go home yet. All 3 would get her to 230. She would need an open from Jacqueline Evans. Seventh frame, Darren Tang likes it. Doesn't make it up the hill. Leaves the 2-8. Joshua Anderson's going to be stepping up on 27 and then working on a strike in the 7th. It'll be his 8th frame. Katie Mayer unable to get the 2 to trip. She can max out at 210 now. Jacqueline Evans will just need count on her first shot, and she's going to advance to the next round. One step closer to making it to the semifinals and on to CBS Sports Network. Once again, a big thanks to everyone for joining us here on Bowl TV. This is the 2016 Intercollegiate Singles Championships. Coming to you live from North Rock Lanes in Wichita, Kansas. So 6:21, the final effort for Katie Mayer. That will not be enough. Jacqueline Evans is going to advance. Late messenger on the 10. Big double there. For Crummel. No emotion, though. Knows he still has some work to do here. But it can essentially even this match up with one more. Michael Davidson with 4 in a row. He's looking in pretty good shape here to knock off top seed Josh Anderson. He'll be stepping up in the 9th frame on lane 27 in just a moment. Big 8th frame here. Nick Crummel gets it. So Nick still has a 247 out there. Best Darren Tang can get to is 236. So if both players were able to strike out, Darren Tang would have the 1-pin victory. So just a little 5-bagger is all he needs. Can't get it going here in the 8th. 10 back, never a doubt. Big shot from Darren Tang.
There it is.
Great performance by Jackie Evans in the victory, 659 to 621 over Katie Mayer of St. Ambrose. She will advance to the next round. Emil Williams Jr. is back. I think I know what happened down there, but feel free to let the good people know.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know what has been distributed information-wise. But 801 from Dallas Leon, defeating Miko Walker along the way.
That's a big strike there once again. Darren Tang could have the chance possibly to step up here in the 10th, throw all 3 to win by 1. Can Nick Crummel make him do it though? That's the question right now. 9th frame. Oh, great shot and rings the 10. Can't do much about that. That was pretty good. It's going to drop his max down to 226. That would not hand it to Darren Tang just yet, though. All this excitement, and we get another round after this. First things first, takes care of the spare. Once again, 226 the max score. It's down by 12 heading into the match. Josh Anderson's tournament run is going to come to a close here. He's going to max out at 195 this game. That would get him to 579. Will not be enough against Michael Davidson of Calumet. Four comes forward. The double's huge here. Double forces a mark with good count. A huge double for Crummell. Does not get back. Leaves the 2. That's going to drop him down to 216 max. So now Darren's just going to need count here. .216 will get Nick Crummell to 642. Darren Tank's still going to need a mark here. I may have spoke too soon. I believe 9 out would be 203, and that would put him at 641. So he can wrap things up here with a strike on the first shot, but makes it easy. No more math here. Darren Tang advances to the quarterfinals here in the 2016 Intercollegiate Singles Championships. Looks like just about everybody's going to be wrapping up at the same time here. So round 3 is going to be coming up next here on Bowl TV. Thanks again, everyone, for joining us here. But we're not done yet. Darren decides to take the safe route there. Sure nothing crazy happens. But he will be victorious. It's a matter of final score now. Darren Tang with the 660 to 642 victory over Nick Crummell. Great match. 639 to 579 Michael Davidson over Josh Anderson. 659 to 621 Jackie Evans over Katie Mayer on our feature pair. And the next closest match for us, Stephanie Schwartz with the 723 to 649 victory over Nicole Troa. Round 2 done. Round 3 coming up next here, so don't go too far. Bowl TV will be back in just a moment. Thanks again for joining us here. I'm Aaron Smith alongside Emil Williams Jr. We'll be right back for round 3. When that's all said and done, we will know our semifinalists for the 2016 event. Thanks again for tuning in. We'll be right back.
All right, welcome back, folks. Getting down to crunch time. Round 3. 2016 Intercollegiate Singles Championships. Our featured pair, the women's side. Your top seed, Verity Crawley. First shot good. Verity Crawley taking on Stephanie Schwartz, the 8th seed, coming off a nice 7-23 set on lanes 21 and 22 en route to defeating Nicole Troja. A very good match here. Also, Emily Eckhoff, the defending ISC Women's Champion, taking on Julia Bond from Nebraska. Quality matchup there as well. Also, Morgan Brown taking on Jackie Evans. Morgan Brown, the 4th seed from Fairleigh Dickinson. And Stephanie Sheridan taking on Tony Vollmer. Stephanie from Delaware State. Tony Vollmer from Weber International. Top 4 seeds in order: Crawley, Bond, Sheridan, and Brown received 2 round byes for their efforts of qualifying. Schwartz received a 1st round bye. She was 8th. Schwartz and Emily Eckhoff, 2 1st round bye receivers, have moved on. On the men's side, Kenny Ryan taking on Colin Smith. Quarterfinals here, able to make the spare. To their right, Ben Perlardi of Lindenwood. Dallas Leon coming off a nice 801 series. He shot 279 in game 3. Colin Smith, of course, from McKendree, in the featured pair. Kenny Ryan representing Robert Morris, Illinois. Other quarterfinal matchups on the men's side: Michael Davidson and Darren Tang, and Nick Eckert taking on Daniel Hansen. open frames, one for Colin Smith on our men's pair, one for Verity Crawley. In fact, a couple for Crawley. Meanwhile, Stephanie Schwartz on a three-bagger looking for four. Owen's got to get on the horse, and she'll get the coupler. Nice shot there from Kenny Ryan. Nasty 8-pin. 21 and 22 rematch of last year's finals. Between Eckhoff and Bond. Stephanie Schwartz with the front five. If you have joined us throughout, we certainly appreciate it. For those just tuning in now, we thank you for tuning in and watching. Again, quarterfinal round, round 3. Men's and women's Intercollegiate Singles Championships. Spare in the 5th for Crawley. Through the nose is Colin Smith. To their right, 1-pin match between Dallas Leong and Ben Filardi. And Smith. Aaron shot on the count attempt there. We'll try to regroup. The young freshman from McKendree University. And Stephanie Schwartz looking for 6 in a row. Another one on the board. This is single elimination. Started with 24 men and 16 women. Those participants qualified through the 4 sectional qualifiers: Stratford, New Jersey, Las Vegas, Nevada, Addison, Illinois, and Smyrna, Tennessee. Had qualifying this morning. After that, a small break and then match play. Front 7 for Stephanie Schwartz. All match play rounds, 3 games, total pinfall. Winner moves on, loser is eliminated. Down to the final 8 on both sides. The winners will move on. They will bowl Saturday. Tape for television. broadcast on CBS Sports Network. Stephanie Schwartz continuing her solid pace. Again, shot 723 in round 2. Defeated Nicole Troha from St. Francis, Illinois. She had games of 220, 225, and 278. Funny thing about that is she was trailing in the match up until the 3rd game. She trailed by 8 entering that 3rd game. And then went in an open, a split in the 1st frame, and of course took it off the sheet on the back 11. Nice shot from Ryan there, the southpaw. Robert Morris by way of New Jersey. Robert Morris continues to bring in solid recruits, of course, and players. They've had themselves some very dominant teams in the last few years. Crawley trying to take care of the 8 count on lane 23. Going with Aaron Smith. My name is Emil Williams Jr. and welcome to North Rock Lanes in Wichita, Kansas. And one of the best weeks of the year, especially if you're a fan of the sport. And Pilardi with a strike to our right on 27. Schwartz now looking for 8. He's got to hurry. She will leave the 10 pin. Nice run and nice start for Stephanie Schwartz. Convert to spare. Emily Eckhoff off on a nice string as well to their left. Eckhoff went 9 out, 9 spare, and she's got the back 6. Julia Bond clean through 7. 146 in the 7th, looking at a 7 pin spare. Spare from Dallas Leon in 8:01 for Dallas. Tough game for Colin Smith so far. You just got to relax. Still in decent shape, of course. Total pinfall. Can tell Daniel Hansen and Nick Ecker, they've been on the, or I should say the furthest right of all the competitors throughout. It continues to be that way, but can't get a good eye on their score. It's certainly high scoring, though. It looks to be a little close. Nick Eckert is completing his 10th frame. He'll be able to give you a 1-game update in just a second. Nice field ball shot from Eckert. There's Crawley. Good shot there. And Crawley, mainstay on this Weber International squad. Then Pilardi with a double. As mentioned in the chat room, first official scores Hansen and Eckert. 248, 246. Daniel Hansen with a 2-pin advantage over Nick Eckert. High flush for Stephanie Schwartz. She'd like to have them all here. A, to shoot 260, get off to a good start, and B, your opponent, very good in Verity Crawley, can shoot 260, of course, in the blink of an eye. So in a total pinfall match like this, certainly not over by any means. Very nice conversion. 6-7-10 by Colin Smith of McKendree. Through the nose as well for Smith, 3-6-10. Schwartz looking to close it out. 267. Very impressive way to start things for Stephanie Schwartz. Eckhoff. .238. Julia Bond looking for 3 in a row. We'll leave the 10-pin here and the 10th. Solid 8-pin. For Ben Pilardi in the 10th frame. Dallas Leong awaits with on a 3-bagger. For Julia Bond. Emily Eckhoff will take a 24-pin lead to game 2. Already off to a good start. Striking the first. Schwartz up yet again. And she'll get to 17 to go. And Pilardi of Lindenwood, 188. What Kenny Ryan wanted to see in the 10th frame. Put as much distance as he could between he and his opponent, Colin Smith. Trap 10 for Dallas Leong. Max score now 205. Shot there from Colin Smith. Colin can bring them all here in the 10th frame. He'll shoot 157. Trailed by 40, which is still a lot, but not insurmountable considering the start Colin has had. Two for Dallas Leon, up 14 now. Ben Pilardi headed into game 2. One just about done with game 1. Morgan Brown, 13-pin lead after 1 over Jackie Evans. Darren Tang, 243. Michael Davidson, 153. In game 1. In command so far is Darren Tang in that match. Shot to open things up for Kenny Ryan here in game 2. Schwartz looking for a double. It will lay off as she politely asked it to. Through 2 frames of game 2. Darren Tang and Michael Davidson. Tang spare strike. Michael Davidson strike. Split in a second. And dealing with a 6-10. Here he is currently leading, however, 243, 153 after 1. So off to a solid start. And Davidson chops the spare. Tough start here for Michael Davidson. Tony Vollmer with an early 7-pin lead over Stephanie Sheridan. After 1 game. shot from Smith, but 7-pin won't go down. Good match brewing. It's already a good match, a good game too. Emily Eckhoff front 4, Julia Bond spare 3-bagger. 10-pin match there, or 10-pin game, I should say. Stephanie Schwartz shot 267. Stephanie Sheridan shot 204 to Tawny Bonnemer's 211. She trails by 7 pins heading into game 2 and make it 5 now for Emily Eckhoff, the front 5. Again, that is a rematch of last year's final on the women's side. First sign of trouble for Darren Tang, as we can see. A washout to deal with after an open frame. Stephanie Schwartz. She has got everything going right now. Bond will carry the 10. Even in front of us here, Kenny Ryan and Colin Smith overall. Ryan up 53 pins after 1. Daniel Hansen leads by 2 pins over Nick Eckert after 1. They shot Daniel, shot 248. Nick Eckert 246. Their match seems to be moving the quickest. Take a look down on the far side. See if we can get an update from down on that end. Terrible break there for Colin Smith. 7-10. Meanwhile, 21 and 22. Fireworks continuing. Front 6 for Emily Eckhoff. Back 5 for Julia Bond. Still a 10-pin game. Great shot there from Verity Crawley. Not too often you see Verity Crawley trailing. That's the case right now. Stephanie Schwartz looking for 5 in a row, make it 7 in a row for Emily Eckhoff. A trouble sign from Schwartz, 7-10, and she came back and knew essentially that would happen. Came back, just kind of smiled at it. She's in a good spot, however, but looking for the count here. The way the pins tend to jump. Almost got to get on the horse from Smith. He's looking at a washout here. Might have an opportunity for a 7-10. Good shot from Bond. Able to keep pace here with Eckhoff. George can get back on the train. She does. Nice shot there from Stephanie. Off to the left side of your screen, you can't see Julia Bond up in the 8th frame. There is another strike. The duel continues between Bond and Eckhoff. Pin there, and could have been more. Kenny Ryan on the split as well. Eckhoff now with the front 8. Eckhoff with the front 9. We will turn our attentions momentarily to lanes 21 and 22. In just a second. Julia Bond looking for 8 in a row here to keep pace. And she gets the carry. We hope to give you a couple updates in just a second, folks. Right now you're watching the view. 21 and 22, still a little of 23 and 24 as well. This is Julia Bond in red from Nebraska. First shot of the 10th frame, 10 back. Again, a rematch of last year's women's finals in the ISC. Emily Eckhoff, front 9. Bond from Aurora, Illinois, from Bonzi Valley High School. Got to get some help there. Carry the 4-pin. A little bit inside, she'll take it. And a national title with Nebraska last season. Last year's most outstanding bowler, NCAA Women's Championship. First team All-American this season. Darren Tane not complete the second game, 2 frames left, 124 in the 8th. 290 for Julia Bond. Well, 23 and 24, decently close match here. Eckhoff's first shot. 10 back. Front 10 for Eckhoff. Your reigning women's ISC champion. One more for Eckhoff. Yes, sir. 11. Eckhoff for perfection. Final ball here. Yes. She will cripple them. 300 to 290 on lanes 21 and 22. Live on Bowl TV. Well done. Talk about stealing the show. Smith for manning the cameras there. 5:38 after 2. All right, Emily Eckhoff. .504 for Julia Bond. She trails by 34 pins. Stephanie Schwartz, 214. Randy Crawley, 196. Stephanie Schwartz with a 94 pin lead. As they head to game 3. And Stephanie gets back on the strike train. Emily and Julia. And the strikes here. 2-8 to deal with for Emily Eckhoff. Men's featured match. 10-pin here for Colin Smith. Colin, just a freshman. Very young, of course. Got plenty of game, plenty of talent.
Hey, Emil, I was gone for a while. Did anything cool happen? Heard a lot of yelling and such.
I heard there was a 300, 290 match.
That is pretty cool.
Good match between Vollmer and Stephanie Sheridan. Hope to bring you an update here in just a second. Aaron Tang shot 152 in game 2. 215 for Michael Davidson. The lead has shrunk considerably for Tang, now just 27, and Michael Davidson certainly with a chance here. Danielle Hansen. Heard the yell and saw the walk-off. Looks like Hansen with a big double to start things. Looks like strike spare double for Daniel Hansen through the first 4 frames here. Eckert has countered with his own double. Still a very tight match there. Great shot there from Smith. He has thrown some good shots. Had some carry issues, missed a few spares, but you can see the talent. Kenny Ryan, talented in his own right, certainly as well. He's got a double and looking to extend his lead and potentially earn himself a semifinal berth. Julia Bond, stone face, business. Nice shot from Kenny Ryan. Three-bagger, first shot in there in the 10th frame. Julia Bond, 5:04 after 2, fails by 34 pins.
Saw a match earlier today. Miko Walker at 495 at the turn. Found himself down nearly 30 and eventually by a whole lot more as Dallas Leong fired 801 at him. But yeah, certainly not settled there on 21 and 22. Early open for Emily Eckhoff.
I think at this point, of course, the mindset for Julia, no doubt, need them all with that mindset. Eckhoff back on the strike train with a double. One open won't do it.
100+ pin advantage for Kenny Ryan heading into the finale.
See if Colin Smith can relax, get a few breaks, hopefully to go his way. Let's make it interesting here for Kenny Ryan. He'll start with a strike. That certainly helps with the confidence. Here the loft on Darren Tang is a strike for him. And Pilardi, 200 on the nose. Back 5. Leon leading, increased his lead by 20. He is up 34 pins heading into the final stanza. Stephanie Schwartz. Not to witness competitors, of course, is Bond, another one. He has 4 in a row now. Those two women in programs just met for a national title, NCAA style, last weekend with Schwartz and Stephen F. Austin, besting Bond and the Nebraska Cornhuskers. Exacting revenge did Stephen F. Austin from last year.
Although I saw on Twitter they made a pact to have the deciding match next year in the finals. So that's that is the only way to find out for sure. So you got to best out of 3. Those are court rules right there. So it's going to be in a great stage to hold it to. The Baton Rouge River Center in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, home of the NCAA and ITC and ISC finals in 2017.
.448 to 430 after 2. Ballmer leading Sheridan.
It's a nice hit there for Colin Smith. A little bit high. 710 was only up there for a moment. Now it's gone. An early double.
Ernie Crawley with the 4-bagger, looking for 5.
Another match where you never know. Just keep throwing them.
I tell you, the shots being thrown. And the men have thrown some good shots, but not this round. This round belongs to the women. Danielle Hansen starting to pull away. Hansen on a 6-bagger. Still, Emily Eckhoff is tough. Julia Bond is tough. Neither giving up too much. Bond trailing, coming into the 3rd game by 34 pins. Safe to say, to be sure, as Julia looking for another in the 7th. Will she get the messenger? No, she will not. Another nice run from Julia. Again, we appreciate all tuning in. If you're just joining us, Emil Williams Jr. with Aaron Smith. We're watching the 2016 Intercollegiate Singles Championships live on Bowl TV from North Rock Lanes in Wichita, Kansas. And 8 games of qualifying this morning. This led us to now our third round of match play, single elimination. Final 8 men and final 8 women battling for semifinal berths on Saturday. The, of course, date for TV and air in May, CBS Sports Network. Currently, as the schedule sits, the women's single television show will air on May 10th, followed by the men's the week after, May 17th. Eckhoff now with 5 in a row. Hansen taking his time. Again, he's got the string as he heads into the 9th frame. I don't see any slashes for Nick Eckert, so still a very close match in my estimation. And I can't see all, but it certainly is definitely close, and couldn't go either way. Still 2 frames left for Daniel Hansen. He is up in the 9th. Good shot there. From Hansen. That's a strike. Meanwhile, Verity Crawley now with 6 in a row. Can Verity Crawley sneak in here? I'm not sure it'll be enough. Julia Bond might need a little help as well. She can help herself with a strike here. Buries it. All you can do is put yourself in position. She has certainly done that. Let's see what will take place. Crawley looking at that, had to push, and it did not. Inside of target. And this is game 3 throughout. Nice split on the far right side there. Split conversion from Leon. Bond sets it up beautifully in the 9th frame. She's looking at 269 max. Emily Eckhoff, max of 266. All important frame here for both competitors.
Emily still has 800 out there, but match not settled yet. Bond can max out at 773. Big bounce back strike there for Stephanie Schwartz. Her first strike on the right lane in this game. Max score for Verity Crawley, 256 now. That'd be a 71 pin difference if Stephanie went spare, strike, spare to finish things out.
Eckhoff out of trouble there. Was almost a near split.
Uh-oh.
7-10 here for Stephanie Schwartz.
She's had one on each lane now in this match.
Jimmy Ryan with a double.
So it looks like Eckhoff just needs good count here to lock out Julia Bond.
That's just a
And that's for 2 years in a row for that to happen, and That's just crazy. Last year in the title match, Emily bowled a much better game. She was smooth, steady, shooting 230s. Eckhoff finishes with a 782, and here 773 with 3 strikes, and just can't do anything about that.
Early Crawley. Make it interesting.
All right, Emil, with my quick math, if Verdi strikes out and Stephanie only got 9 if she had an open, Verdi would have made up the difference, and that'd be a tie ball game. Once again, quick math, not sure if it's right, but 94 pin difference.
First things first for Crawley. Needs one in the 10th. And get the 7 out. Back-to-back shots in that left lane going high.
236 now the max score. That would put her at 623. Stephanie Schwartz already in the 640s, so more TV time for the Lady Jacks. This time, Stephanie Schwartz representing them individually.
That's just
Still cannot believe what happened so close to our featured pairs here on 21 and 22.
that 10 pin. Essentially, for Julia, the difference. Darren Tang making noise.
.782 to 772. Unbelievable bowling on 21-2 by Emily Eckhoff and Julia Bond. It's a shame someone has to go home after that. That's just unbelievably fantastic bowling from both parts, and Emily Eckhoff will have the opportunity to defend her title on Saturday.
I don't think I've seen anything like that in person until today. And with so much on the line, that is sports essentially in a nutshell. Emily Eckhoff will move on to defend her title. Julia Bond bowl about as well as you can bowl. Literally. And come up 10 pins short. And not make TV. And fall to the same person that she fell to in last year's final match.
It's absolutely crazy.
Maybe we can start the keep an eye on, obviously, for both of those women at the next level.
Certainly so. Would definitely expect that, and a 663 win by Stephanie Schwartz to Verdi Crawley's 623 over on 23 and 24. Kenny Ryan is going to punch his ticket on TV against Colin Smith of McKendree. Just a matter of final score now.
On the other end, got where Michael Davidson has withdrew. Last few frames, so Darren Tang will move on. And Darren Tang will have an opportunity to keep the title in the family. His brother Michael won last year, and now he is in the semifinals on Saturday. Hopefully Michael is okay, withdrawing due to injury.
Well, this would be game number 17 of the day, not counting practice. It's bowled in every round, so that's
Match is finishing up here on the men's side. And Pilardi and Dallas Leong, and Pilardi misses the 10-pin. It was a 34-pin match entering the third game. Leong on a double. Of course, that misfire doesn't help Ben. Some fantastic competitors on both sides. And Stephanie Schwartz has punched her ticket if you're just joining us. From Stephen F. Austin. Hashtag Axum. Continuing to do work. Fresh off NCAA Women's Championship. Bowler of the Year nod, first team All-American. She will head to the Final Four on Saturday. Darren Tang did make it. Question in that chat room. Well, Tang will look to keep the title in the family. Emily Eckhoff, if you are just joining us, has punched her ticket as well. She will have the opportunity to defend her championship from the season ago. Close match. Leong with a four-bagger. Tony Ballmer and Stephanie Sheridan. We will turn our attention momentarily to the Ballmer-Sheridan match. Ballmer is another one on the board. I can't see the tallies currently. Kenny Ryan will move on versus Colin Smith. Smith, nice bowling today and nice bowling at sectionals to get this far. Stephanie Sheridan answering.
It looks like Stephanie can max out at 227. She's going to be stepping up in the 10th frame in a moment, working on a strike. 237 max for Tawny Vollmer.
Current match is still ongoing. Jackie Evans taking on Morgan Brown and Tony Vollmer and Stephanie Sheridan. Dallas Leong set to finish things up here in this 10th frame. He will move on. Final 4 set for the men. Darren Tang will take on Kenny Ryan on Saturday, semifinal number 1. Semifinal number 2. Dallas Leong and Daniel Hansen.
Potential for a all Robert Morris final then.
Yes, indeed. 2 Eagles. Kenny Ryan, Daniel Hansen. Darren Tang representing San Jose State. And Dallas Leong from UNLV. Midwest versus West Coast from a school perspective.
Final shot from Stephanie Sheridan. She got the strike. Looked good from here. Gets to 207. She was down 18 coming into this match. So outside of absolute disaster, it looks like Tawny Vollmer will be returning to CBS Sports Network. Tawny made the show as a member of Robert Morris when they won the ITC back in 2014. Now a graduate student at Weber International. Leaves the 310. But that's going to be enough.
One match to go. Really just a couple shots to go. Last shot for Jackie Evans. Morgan Brown will move on to the semifinals on Saturday. Fantastic bowling throughout as we are done with competition for today. So recapping, after 8 games of qualifying, 24 men, 16 women, 3 rounds of match play. In the women's division, Stephanie Schwartz will take on Morgan Brown. Semifinal number 1 Saturday. And Emily Eckhoff, defending ISC champion, will take on Tony Vollmer. As Aaron mentioned, Vollmer made a previous appearance on CBS Sports Network in this event. In the men's division, Darren Tang will take on Kenny Ryan. Again, Darren trying to keep the title in the Tang household. Brother Michael won it last year. Darren looking to win this year. He'll face a tough Kenny Ryan, a southpaw from Robert Morris, Illinois. Dallas Leong from UNLV shot .801 and 300 earlier today in round 2. He will take on Daniel Hansen from Robert Morris, Illinois. Again, 2 Eagles, San Jose State Spartan, and a UNLV Rebel for the men in the women's division. Stephanie Schwartz from the NCAA Women's Champion Stephen F. Austin Lady Jacks. Morgan Brown representing Fairleigh Dickinson. Emily Eckhoff from Hastings College. And Tony Vollmer from Weber International. Here's your final 8. And that will do it for us here. Again, join us Thursday morning as we begin coverage of the Intercollegiate Team Championship, the team portion of this event. That certainly will be something to watch. If you're unfamiliar, I'm sure most of you are, but you'll get an opportunity to cheer on certainly your favorite teams on Thursday. Again, Thursday morning, practice starts at 8:30 a.m. We will go live just before competition begins at 8:45 a.m. Central, 9:45 Eastern Time. So join us on Thursday. Again, no competition tomorrow. The Night of Champions banquet. All-Americans, Bowlers of the Year will be announced tomorrow at the Holiday Inn Wichita East. Again, the next time you will hear from us will be, again, Thursday. Check Bowl TV, youtube.com/Bowl TV, or archived replays. Of course, you can check out some of these great matches that we saw today, including the Emily Eckhoff, Julia Bond, 300 to 290 game number 2. The 782 to 772 10-pin win for Emily Eckhoff. Still unbelievable bowling that we have seen. So for Aaron Smith, the North Rock staff, Brent Bowers, the IBC youth staff, the USBC collegiate staff as well, Gary Brown and crew. My name is Emil Williams Jr. Again, we thank you for watching, and we will talk to you Thursday morning live right here from North Rock Lanes in Wichita, Kansas. We've been watching the ISC Championships on Bowl TV.